going to absorb the news because the core CPI, it was higher than expected. So core CPI 0.2 was the expectation, like the previous data, and it get out 0.3. I think that's why we could see this dump after the news release, but the monthly and the yearly CPI just came along with the expectations. Okay, so actually, what can it cause for the market and for the Fed, first of all? I think especially it has a big role in the Fed decision making about the rate cut. Not like it's going to be or not. It's for sure it's going to be a rate cut, but might as the inflation is not that hot as it expected, might that's why they are going to start only with 0.25. So this is how, at least in the headlines I've just read in the morning, after the news were released, that the CPI shows, the higher core inflation CPI shows that it could derail a chance of a larger Fed rate cut. And I would say this can be a good news for the market. Why? Because in this case, this big shock from a 0.50 rate cut, it would eliminate. Okay, so it's not going to be a big shock for the market at 0.25. I would say 0.50. No one knows how the market is going to react. Okay, so I would say from this point of view, it's a good news. From that point of view, that the core CPI is higher, it's not a good news. So let's see how the market is going to play it out. Hi, Nikita. Good morning to you. Yes, Banzai, you had 2 scalps in the morning. I remember on that. Beautiful. Well done. I hope you are feeling better today. No trade for Euroger. Okay. Well, I don't blame you. As I've told you in the morning in the guidance room, that I'm not going to blame you if you're not going to touch even the button after this kind of choppy start. Indeed, Tara, nothing as I've seen. Oh, good morning. Yes. Okay. All right. So if you want to share your day of yesterday on trades, any questions, traders, please just do it. Yes, I know you had a nice green morning because you had Oracle. Oh, red afternoon. Ouch, that's not good. But I hope it's still green for the day. Small green, okay. Yeah, for Aron Oracle, very nice, Alamu. Yeah, Oracle, I was too coward to take it, but that was a beautiful trade. And today, Oracle is still on my list, by the way. Hi, Tradetics. Nice to see you, Lee. Good morning to you. Small green from your AVGO trade, very good. Yeah, the AVGO was my favorite trade yesterday. Okay, guys, now let's see what's going on here. Indeed, more news ahead. We will get crude oil inventories at 10:30. After that, be careful at 1 o'clock, 1:01, it's going to be the 10 years bond auction. And usually this can move the market. So if you are going to trade in the lunchtime, please be careful around 1 o'clock. And later on, nothing as I see. Tomorrow, of course, after CPI, we always see the PPI numbers. So tomorrow is going to be a pretty similar start of the day, like volatile start because of PPI and unemployment claims. And more it's coming on Friday, as far as I remember. We will have some more news, consumer sentiment, inflation expectation. But let's just focus for today. So let's see whether the market is going to take it as a good news or it's going to give up this green nice pullback, which is just made after 8:30, and we will see another red candle. Again, as you can see on my daily chart, I am expecting this 550 to be quite of a strong resistance. If it can break it through, then might the bullish sentiment is going to strengthen. But at the moment, 550 is the resistance what the SPY should break it through. Regarding the rest of the stock exchanges of the world, let's see how did they do. Europe nicely to the green side, Asia not. Hang Seng down, Nikkei even more because the Bank of Japan, they thought that they are going to go for more rate hikes. You know, it's, there it's moving or working a little bit opposite to the rest of the world. And of course, the yen started to strengthen on the news. The XY index, it's just weakening, and the 10 years are strengthening after this CPI data. Futures are still red, but the Nasdaq is the strongest at the moment. And crude oil, finally, we see a nice strength in the crude oil. Actually, it just touched $66, but now we see a nice pullback, so we can concentrate on some oil stocks as well, but please be careful because 10:30 there will be the crude oil inventories. And at the end, crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the rest, they just went down a little bit, but now as I've seen, the Bitcoin is trying to, it's just trying to pull back from this 56,000 level. Looks like another inside day for the Bitcoin, but let's just follow it during the day. All right, traders, we have some nice movers here indeed, starting with DJT, GME, Play and GME. They've been quite of a earnings plays, but we have more here with some banks as well indeed. Commerzbank, for example, the shares just jumped 20% after UniCredit buys 4.5% stake from the German government. So this is a big day for the European banks as well. UK economy flatlines again in July below expectations. That's not the best news. And of course, I forgot to mention you the big debate from yesterday, Harris and Trump debate, which highlighted trade on trade and tariffs. I mean, in China, Harris told that Trump just sold the US out to China. That was interesting. And anyway, by the way, the end of the debate is just worked out better for Harris, just a tiny bit more, but seems like now Harris is leading. That's a big twist in this election debate, right? I mean, in this run for the election. So it seems like now Kamala Harris, it's a little bit more, I mean, famous than Trump to be, or has a higher chance, but just a slightly. Predict IT, I've just checked it, and there was a slightly higher chance at the moment voted for Kamala Harris. But as you know, we still have 2 months to go because the 7th of November, please correct me if I'm wrong, this is going to be the final day to make the decision about the new um, president of the USA. Okay, traders, but until this point, I'm sure we will still have a lots of great trades, and let's just start to get our candidates. I mentioned you GME, GameStop, which is down a lot. The video game retailer plunged more than 10% as company reported a steep decline in sales. Ouch, that's not good for GME. Oops, sorry guys. For GME stockholders for sure, but maybe good for the day traders, especially for the ones who likes shorting, because at the moment it's down 10.28%. Back to this $21 level. As you can see, it's still $1 away or 50 cents rather away from the 200 EMA, which was touched in the pre-market, but seems like it can be a nice short candidate for today. So for today, I'm going to put GME to the short side, short GME. Okay, next one, DJT, Schatz did, of course, because of this debate, 11% in the wake of the debate between Republican nominee Donald Trump and Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris. Trump media is majority owned by the former president, as you know. And as the debate, it went not that good for Trump. That's why DJT is suffering. Let's see if it can suffer more and we can have a nice short on it. Next one, Dave and Buster's entertainment stock popped more than 13% after topping the earnings estimates. This is Play. It looks very good indeed. Bit too much to the upside for me, but let's see if it can go more. 34%, $34 now. Let's just put it on the long side and wait for a great intraday setup. GameStop, it's here. Yes, Williams and Sonoma, home furniture for 3%, WSM on the heels of a Jeffries upgrade to buy from hold. A really strong upgrade. So let's see how the stocks reacted in the pre-market volume, including pre-market volume very low, unfortunately, but it's up 2.42%, only just because of the fact. Hi, Wes, good morning to you. That it has a quite of a low pre-market volume. I'm going to put it just to the secondary list, WSM. Novartis, US listed shares, Swiss pharma company share 2% after a downgrade from Bank of America to hold from buy. So it's the opposite of WSM. So NVS now it's tumbling. Let's see if it's good enough to put it on our short list. Pre-market volume so, but I love this bear flag formation on the daily chart. And after a downgrade like that, might we are heading to this 50 EMA, which is 113.20. So I like NVS to the short side. Next one, Viking Therapeutics. Sorry for that, I'm here. So next one again, Viking Therapeutics, it's nicely up, jumped more than 4%. JP Morgan initiated a coverage of the biotech company competing in the GLP-1 space with an overweight rating, saying an upcoming data readout in November will be positive catalyst for the stock. So let's see if VKTX, which is nicely up in the pre-market, has enough volume first in the pre-market. Oh yeah, I like the volume. And I like the fact that this just suffered some red days, which means that this is ready for a jump, 4% higher on this $56 area. I like it. I like it. Also around 58, we can bump into some kind of significant resistances like the 50 and the 20 EMA levels. But so far, VKTX looks nice. Also be careful with that stock because sometimes it's just moving weird, I mean, hectic and so on. And today, hopefully, it's going to behave well. Okay, crypto stocks tied to the price of Bitcoin were under pressure as the price of the flagship cryptocurrency fell slightly overnight, with crypto traders digesting central bank policy in Japan and looked ahead to key US inflation data like Coinbase fell 2%, MicroStrategy 3%, and the biggest Bitcoin miner Mara and Riot just went lower as well. Not only the Japan, I mean the BOG news, but even the debate was not really good for the crypto. As you know, Trump is very much like I mean fan of the Bitcoin, and if he's not going to win, my Bitcoin is going to show or see a little weakness there. So I think this was a behind of this Bitcoin move as well. But as I've told you today, just going to show you, this is today where it is trying again to move a little bit higher. Also, regarding the Bitcoin, I want to see a 58,000, rather a 59,000 break. And in this case, we can make a comment on that this is a double bottom, but so far it's still bearish. So be careful with the Bitcoin related stocks today. Hi, David G. Good morning to you. Nice to see you here. All right, and Morgan Stanley is here, down 1% after Goldman Sachs downgraded the stock to neutral from buy. So let's see MS. Morgan Stanley, ouch. Okay, that doesn't look that good. Minus 1.66%. I'm just going to put it to my short list. And it's not enough because I've just seen some great movers in my pre-market list, starting with Roku. Roku INC is just higher with 4% with a very nice volume, pre-market volume. So I'm going to put it to my long list. I really like it. And actually the semicons are doing well, very well indeed. NVIDIA is heading again for this quite a strong resistance level, which could not touch it or break it in the recent days, and this is the 110, and it's higher 1.3% at the moment, which means I need to put it to the long list. Also, as I've told you, let's just be careful because we still don't know how the market is going to react on this core CPI higher. I would say that this is positive for the market, but let's see after the bell. So NVDA on my green list. Tesla is slightly red. Google and Apple got, penalties from the EU court yesterday, so I don't know how they are going to move out because Google is just tumbling for 3 days now in a row. Today it's slightly higher. I'm going to keep an eye on that, and the same on Apple, which is struggling on this 220 level still. And I've just seen the solar stocks got a nice reversal here, especially SCDG, ENPH, FSLR, SISS, no, CSIQ. I'm going to call ENPH to my long list and the rest just to the secondary list. FSLR, it's very, very hectic. I don't like it. But CSIQ, which is not a big mover, but quite of okay mover, and SCDG, I'm going to put it to the secondary list. Next one, which I've seen here, let me just check, is JKS. It's the same. This is a solar stock as well. I've seen AMD is quite strong. Play, it's on our list already. EMPH, I put it. And let's see the weak stocks. Mara, as I just read that before. Mara, it's tumbling 3% lower. Coin is lower as well, 2.2%. Again, after 2 days of a green, seems like it's still building this bear flag under this 160 level. So I'm going to keep an eye on coin. PLTR, it's a quite of a big drop in pre-market, guys, 1.9%. I don't know if this is the time for a profit taking, but I'm going to put them to my secondary list. So PLTR coin for sure, and maybe Mara as well. ARM, surprisingly strong today, 1.1%. You know, it got some really good news that Apple is going to use their chip in the iPhone, but since then it did not really went higher. So I'm going to watch ARM for the long side for today as well, and of course Oracle, Dell, and the rest of the big movers of the recent days. So I have my list ready, some shorts and longs there as well. I think this is going to be enough to start a great day. Hi Martins, good morning to you. Good afternoon, Jonathan. Good morning. Hi, Ted. Nice to see you. Roger, oh, really? Roger is writing in the guidance room that VKTX, Viking Therapeutics, is also having 17% of short interest. I like it even better with that news to the long side. So here is my list, traders. And I'm just going to wish you a beautiful start of the day. Don't forget 10:30 crude oil inventories, and 1 o'clock is going to be the 10-year bond auction. Nothing else for today. Markets are just going to digest this CPI report of the morning. So good luck, everyone. Have a nice green one, and I'm going to see you tomorrow. Or if you just joined the guidance room, I'm going to trade there. But I'm sure you are going to be great hands of the guys here. So good luck, have a green one, and see you tomorrow.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful Wednesday, hump day, middle of the week. This was Yogi's favorite day. He had 2 days behind him, 2 days in front of him. We're smack dab in the middle of trading today. Yesterday, pretty poor day, pretty poor volume, pretty poor trading, not a great trading day. Today looks a heck of a lot better, and I'm excited to be here trading with everybody. Got a lot of these stocks moving higher today, which is a good indicator for the market. A presidential debate like no other yesterday. If you watch that here in the States, you kind of know what's going on. And I am in the middle of a move. We are moving homes here in Florida. After being here for 13 years, we're picking up and moving. I'm going to be gone tomorrow, trying to get everything settled in. So you hear the echo here today. You've got all the pictures and everything. It's pretty bare here in the office today. So this is going to be, let me think, today will be my, today will be my last trading day from the office here for the last 13 years. So a little sentimental, but hopefully we go out with a bang today, right? That's going to be good. Anyway, that's enough of that, but that's what's happening in my life, and that's why I haven't been able to come back in the afternoons because of the move and because of everything that's going on with the family here, to try to get everything buttoned up and move the entire family and business over to the water. So we're excited about that. All right, now, how about you all? Thank you for joining us. Thank you for everybody on YouTube for taking the time to be with us today in YouTube land, and we certainly appreciate that. If you're on YouTube, smash that thumbs up button. We would greatly appreciate that. And if you've got the time, like Phil Nava, come on into the 7-day free trial. Click on the link that Clifton has there in YouTube land and come and join us. We'd certainly appreciate that. I know that you're going to love it here in the room. Okay, those of you in the room, good morning. We'll say good morning individually here in just a moment. Got about 5 minutes before we get rolling here. So let's do that, and then we'll get into the day today, or let's get into the day, and then we'll say good morning to everybody here in just a moment. Talk about the futures here and get you ready and fired up for the day here. Kind of a little different market this morning, a little split market. Start off with Asia in the, there we go. In Asia in the overnight session, that we saw the Asian markets kind of all red, really. Nikkei was down 539 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 125, about 0.73% lower, and the Shanghai and China down 22.82% lower. Europe still in session, green across the board. German DAX up 143, FTSE in UK up 21, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 37. So 3 markets up, 3 markets down. And that's kind of why you've got the U.S. futures here a little bit tipsy-turvy. Dow futures down 138, S&P down 2.75, and the Nasdaq's up 33.25. Oil's bounced back $1 to $1.02 to 66.77 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch, right? Gold's down $6.50 to 25.36.60 per troy ounce. Silver's up again. Copper's up. Platinum's down. Palladium is up. I think I said gold was down $6.20 to 25.36. Well, consumer prices came out, rose 0.2% in August as the annual inflation rate hits the lowest level since early 2001, which is, I think, is good. Consumer prices on the rise. That's not great. But again, we're in line. We're treading water. We're waiting for the rate cut, and then we'll see what happens here. I don't think this is going to be huge market news here. Trump media shares, though, plunge pre-market after GOP nominee's debate with Harris. They said he didn't do good. Out of my hands, like I tell everybody, when I talk about politics, it's something that I don't really like to even talk about because you have one vote, right? And if I vote for Trump or if I vote for the other candidate, so be it, right? It's one vote. That's my belief, and you go from it. So again, we'll see what happens. Berkshire Hathaway in the news, unloading another chunk of Bank of America as CEO Moynihan lauds Buffett as a great shareholder. But Buffett's obviously getting out for a reason, right? So stand clear and watch out. Amazon opening fresh supermarkets after a year-long stall. And that's really about it. So again, what you need to know here is it's kind of a split market. S&P unchanged now, up a point. NASDAQ up 41, and Dow's down 121 to start the day. All right, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room. Len, good morning to you. Yep, absolutely. Martin's, good morning. Jonathan, good morning to you. Garrett, good morning. Yep, Mark O, good morning. Thank you for posting this morning. Julie, come in. Yeah, don't come to California. It's awful here. I'm going to be in California. I'm going to be in Sacramento in another week or so. So those of you that are out there heading out to Sacramento with a family trip, Seth, good morning. Yuri, good morning to you. Ian, good morning. Steve, good morning to you. Jared, what do you say? Tony, good morning. Thank you. PLTR, yep, I've got that up here somewhere. Yep, I've got that here. Not a huge mover, but not bad. Down for the day. We'll watch that and some more. I got Coin, AMD, Mara as well this morning. We'll watch these. I do like this AVGO trade too. We'll bring this down. We'll talk about it here this morning. Okay, thank you to Aggie for getting us started. She is wonderful each and every day, taking care of us here. Yuri, good morning. Ed, good morning to you. Nikita, what do you say? Tim, good morning. Good morning, Scott. Yep, good to see you. There's DVG. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. You hear me okay?
I can hear you perfect this morning. What's on your radar today?
Well, I'll tell you what. For those of you who had a chance to watch the debate last night, obviously interesting performance, we'll say. But look, I think there's going to be some rotation into favored like sectors. So I'm looking at solar specifically. I think there's, with the debate, obviously there's a sentiment that Kamala Harris actually, did well. So I think that rotation of kind of into green energy we might see that today. I don't think the CPI numbers really came in line. The one thing I'm watching too, those of you who have anchored VWAP capabilities, snap your anchored VWAP to the all-time high on the Qs. Keep an eye on that 1 minute. It literally is just tapped it here in the pre-market and is rejecting it. So do we get above that? That'll be kind of my inkling to go long other stocks in the Mag 7. My only concern is those numbers aren't that great. They weren't super strong. They weren't super, they just kind of came in line. So do I become ultimate full bull on that? No, but if we looked at market structure yesterday, we talked about 45231 holding up. And if we saw that hold up, then we should see a push higher, obviously before CPI news. I think that has a lot to do with the rally. We ended up taking it short and made, some quick bucks on the way down. But right as it bounced there, if you literally took that position from yesterday, that would have marked pretty much the bottom of the day yesterday, where you could have enjoyed the rally into the close to the upside. So what do I think? I think we see a little bit of activity here in the morning, maybe up, down, left, and right. And then we finally get a decision on directionally where we want to go. Again, seeing that structure put together yesterday from a technical perspective makes me feel like we want to push higher, but seeing this anchored VWAP projection here bright and early this morning, that'll be the level I watch, which right now is at 460, let's call it 460.50 for sake of argument on the Qs. So keep an eye out above 460.50. That'll be kind of where I look to go long.
Watch this pullback here. Dow's split market DVG, Dow down, and the NASDAQ up this morning, pre-market futures this morning. Be looking at Tesla, maybe 220.50. Okay, coin down. Let's let this market fully open. FSLR. Thank you, Tony. Watch FSLR. Look at ARM this morning. Semi's looking good. NVDA looking great. Tesla not so much.
And the first trade is going to be ENPH. ENPH. We'll do 108. Right as I was typing that,
position Tesla 224 if we get up here. TSLA long 224. Well, I think I have to replace a monitor. Been tinkering around with this, and one of my monitors was doing this about 6 months ago. I had to replace it. It hasn't done it since, so I've ruled out the video card or the cable. But I get the monitor DVG. It just goes black. It kind of pops and goes black, and then it comes back in about a minute, maybe. Not good for trading.
I'm going to take a partial on ENPH soon. Let's get 109
Tesla
again.
no bueno.
NVIDIA pushing 110 now. Wow. Okay.
Yep.
Only trade I have on right now is the MPH. I'm watching Amazon right now. Again, kind of expecting this pullback a bit on some of these names. The question is does that pullback continue? Yeah, I don't know. And does coin find a bottom today? I'm going to go ahead and short UNH here in a bit.
I'm going to go 223 on Tesla, small share size here on Tesla long, TSLA long 223. And I'm going to add at 224. Watch the entry here.
All right, I'm going to put out, oh man, I might have missed UNH here. Dude. Well, one of the 587 on UNH, and I think I might have missed it. I think the breakdown is going to go without me. Darn it. That was like my big short play. I'm looking at coin too. I almost like it right here. Might do a market order. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a position here in coin short. Again, we could find a bottom here at
152.50.
Yeah, I just got in. I got a pretty bad fill, 152.62. I just hit market order, and that's what I ended up with.
You could take out the bottom here too,
Yeah. Break lower, I'll go ahead and add, but I want to see it break 150. But the problem is this level, I don't know, 150 is kind of a psychological level. So maybe we find support here and we turn around. Hopefully it'll get run over here. NPH starting to work against me a little bit. Okay. Keeping an eye on Tesla and Amazon. Okay, UNH, I might still be able to get my entry here. Let's see what happens. Watching the SPY and the Qs here. Okay, UNH bouncing up to 588-ish. That's not a bad thing for me.
Watch AVGO here. AVGO 149 entry on AVGO. No trade Tesla. I'm without a trade this morning. AMD coming along here. AMD looks really good here for a bounce. AMD, I'm going to take this long over the 144.50 AMD. I'll post it right here.
Well, look at UNH popping here. Glad we didn't get into that position. I will wait. I mean, I like this
target's going to be 145. We're going to add full share size 145, 145 AMD. I showed 2 IPOs. I don't know if it's going to happen today, but
watch the Qs now, guys. Under the 200. SPY also moving a little bit lower. Do we find some support here? Or do we break? Just watching this here. The only thing I'm worried about right now on coin is if it just, it could easily snap back, and pop up 2 to 3 points. Frankly, kind of like what UNH did. I like this level of 589 right now. If we push over 590, then I'll just wait for, which it just did. Then I'll wait for 595 to maybe start a short position. I'm going to add to coin here in a bit, under 152. Look at UNH. Wow.
Go AVGO.
So I'm going to put up a short on UNH up at 595. If I get there, I get there. If I don't, it's fine. It's got a ways to go. You can argue, well, why not go long?
Watch the 145. We're going to add on AMD at 145. Nice move on NVIDIA this morning. So AVGO here at 149. We're going to come in. We're already in AMD. This is my first trade of the day on AMD.
Okay. And they add to MPH here. Let's see what happens.
Come on, AMD. Don't.
Watching SMCI right now. You see a breakout here on the MPH, which is now concerning for coin. SMCI, very tempted to go long here. Let's see. Coin should break here, but as soon as I say that, that's when it starts to behave abnormally. So let's see what happens here.
Okay, AMD pointing down. Stop loss AMD will be the 143.50, 143.50 on AMD.
Go ahead and add coin here. I'd like to see a break now under 450. Should be quick. So if I see a 149 or 148, I'll probably trim up the position here. Definitely want to see some follow through now that Qs are breaking lower, SPYs breaking lower. I may get punted out of ENPH here soon. Just see what happens. UNH might have missed my entry again.
Look at Roku starting to go. Come on, AMD. Let's go. AMD, that VWAP is going to be in play as we start to go higher.
All right, let's see if we get the break here on coin. I want to see some big follow through here. Like I said, if I see a 149, I'll go ahead and dump, but very tempted to take a small partial right now, but trying to be patient. Worst case, I'll break even on it. Look at SMTI lifting now.
Come on, let's go. Watch AVGO, also 149 entry on AVGO. Here comes AMD. We dare take Tesla off the bottom. I think I'm going to try it at 222, Tesla 222.
All right, come on, EMPH. Time for you to take off. Oh, don't turn around, coin now. Come on. UNH, I totally missed it. I like that pop over 590. Might have been my missed short opportunity there, but we'll keep looking around. Watching Meta here at 506. 506 Meta. I'm going to take that. Okay, we're in. Maybe add that position as well. Okay, coin should break here now. It's the low 150.70. All right, let's see that get taken out. A little worried about EMPH right now. I would see more follow through there. Like a breakout over 110, but not happening.
Looking
that's
great now.
underneath.
AMD full share size at 145. And coming up to the Tesla trade, I'm watching Tesla, AVGO, AMD.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably short the Qs here in a bit. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Not so fast.
Go. We're looking good. AMD, come on. 145. I want to go full share size. First trade of the day. We're now coming up long Tesla. Watch the Tesla trade here. 222 entry on Tesla. And we'll add right at 222.50 and target 223. Okay, we're long the stock. Tesla are going to add full share size 222.50.
I don't like this move on coin right now, guys. Shoot. Trying to be patient on coin, but man, it makes me nervous when I see it move like this. You know, anything over 152.80, I'll be out. UNH, meanwhile, doing exactly what I thought it would do, just continue to dump. Meta, I'll give it a point. Anything below 505, I'll probably dump it. Just tried it right now. Let's see what happens. Still kind of spready, so I'm just letting it dance a little bit here. All right, coin. Come on, time to break down. Meta, I'm going to jump out of here in just a moment. Let's see if we get a little bit of a bounce here. 504 relief.
Come on. AMD right back down. That VWAP, just like yesterday, we had the VWAP in control yesterday on many of the stocks, keeping them down, keeping them not allowing them to break out.
Okay, I'm out of Meta, losing trade. Still in coin, need EMPH to take off like now. EMPH just limping around. Come on, coin. Getting close to get stopped out on coin now. It's a gross open, guys. I don't like it.
I don't like yesterday, but I think today's a little bit better action, a little bit better volume. Yesterday was deathfully slow. Still holding on to AMD, still holding on to Tesla. We're full share size now on Tesla, 223 target on TSLA. Watch the 223.
Really need EMPH to take off and coin to collapse. Tale of two markets. I think if we get above that 110 level that we had pre-market, we should see 112, 113. Pretty swift move. Let's see what happens. Finally, coin. Come on. Breakdown.
AMD giving me the issue right now. I'm out 3/4 of the trade on Tesla. Didn't get exactly where I wanted to, but a green trade to start the day. I am green, unlike yesterday when I started off red. Now we just got to get AMD working here. I'll take the 143 on AMD for the stop. I was going to go 143.50, but I think we're going to give it a little slack here as this market tries to settle in.
Come on, breakdown, coin. Let's see 140. That could be a huge trade for me if I land it. Let's see EMPH take off, and let's see coin breakdown. Meta might turn around here still. We got, we got out of that one, but here's a breakdown in coin, guys. Come on, almost there. Almost there. Come on. I'm gonna wait for the break now. No double bottom, just straight down. Let's go.
221 will be my stop loss on the quarter left on Tesla, and AMD 143 stop.
Here comes the break on coin in 3, 2, 1. Down. There we go. Horseshoes and hand grenades, guys. I'm going to pay a little bit here. I'm going to keep some size, though. Got paid on coin. See if I can get some more. EMPH is just limping around, guys. I don't love it that much anymore. Really thought we were going to get a strong move to the upside. Meta now moving though, so that's good. Those of you guys that hung out in that trade. EMPH though, kind of disappointing. For sure, 112 was in. Basically it's 112, 115, 118. Those are kind of the big levels on EMPH. The problem is 105 is the big level below. So hopefully it doesn't pull back to 105. I mean, I'll be out of it long before that, but look at Meta go now. Meta over 506.90 should rip, but the problem is the Qs are aiming lower. So,
yep. AMD about ready to get stopped out here. AMD.
Watch the Qs here, guys. Qs are aiming lower. Meanwhile, Microsoft is stabilizing. Apple kind of doing the same. I don't know. Qs look pretty dangerous right now, guys. It's kind of what I was expecting. The The data was I wouldn't say it was great. Well, it might be done on ENPH, guys. Let's see. Glad I took a little bit of something off a coin, but man, I really thought there was going to be more follow through. Hmm. Yeah, UBS did have a report that no matter what the outcome, they were looking to go overall short, basically in the second half of September through end of October. That was kind of interesting. Still think
Mhm.
there's maybe one more pop left in it. Maybe we try to inch higher on names like Meta, Microsoft, where
All
tech kind of
markets are red
leads.
right now. Dow's down 400, over 400 points. S&P down 29, and the Nasdaq just turned red by about 17 points. So Nasdaq holding on pretty good right now. Dow down 23. We'll see if we hold up at all.
Let's see, NPH, come on. I'm getting tired of waiting on you. If I see anything above 110, I will start to trim. Because it's rule number one, guys. Pay yourself first. We'll let some of it run. I have a decent sized position right now in the NPH, so if that turns against me, that can be really painful. That said, if we get to 112, which is really my target on the NPH, might be difficult to do when markets are aiming lower like this, but watching names like Meta, SMCI, and Microsoft right now, because I think tech is frankly the only way we'll turn this around, because financials are getting beat down, healthcare also getting beat down. UNH just finally broke the lows. Now I'm disappointed in short the dang thing.
Okay, 110.50 on NVDA. I'm going to go long here at 110.50. I'm still in the AMD trade here.
Okay, decision time. Tech to the rescue or not? Should
I don't
happen
know
now.
either.
Hmm. Okay. That's all I needed to see.
NVDA no trade. Could it, DVG? We could have another leg down here. You know, the market's got a little momentum to the downside now. Nasdaq's down 35, and the Dow's down 458 now.
I might have to give up on EMPH here. I mean, it's not. It wouldn't be a big loss if I got out now, but it's still painful. It was a pretty decent sized position. SPY is just nonstop. Remember, we talked about 544.12 on the SPY key level. We've done nothing but sell all morning. So do we start to find a little bit of a bottom here? Start baselining a bit? It needs to happen now. Otherwise, I mean, that means, frankly, majority of this market was pricing in a Republican administration. That would be my kind of take. The other thing worth noting, Japan did mention they're not planning on cutting rates until January, February. So that whole carry trade kind of, in theory, should have played out and shouldn't be an issue. But obviously, markets are not loving that CPI data. No surprise. Got a breakdown in coin, which is great. So hang on to any position there. And I might be forced to get out of EMPH here in just a moment. Barely hanging on. What a shame. Okay. That might do it for me on EMPH. Just wait a little bit longer, see if the 108 can hold. Hate to see that. I still like Meta. If there's going to be a name, Meta's holding up pretty well. So is Microsoft. If there is a turnaround in tech. All right, EMPH, last chance here. I may trim up a bit more here on coin, just in case it turns around. And keep an eye on Meta. Meta's surprisingly strong today.
Yeah.
Amidst this downturn.
Definitely need AMD, and I'm watching this Tesla trade now blossom at 222. I am long Tesla, I'm long AMD. Tesla for the second time, AMD still hanging in there, still in a losing position right now.
I will say Meta, as I was talking about that, I'm watching Meta at its 55 SMA keeps getting rejected. That's not a good sign. UNH, what a miss. What a miss. Wanted to short that thing. Well, I'd say my biggest bullish position was ENPH and bearish position was UNH. And I didn't take UNH, and I'm kind of stuck now in ENPH, right about break even right now. I need to see this thing absolutely rip. Meta potentially setting up a 3-bar here, mini 3-bar on a 1 minute. if it can break out over 506.60, get some follow through over 507, I think it can break out here. Nope, getting rejected at that 55 still. SMCI on the move. You said you're an AMD, Scott?
Yeah, so the AMD trade is taking off. I mean, we've got, I don't know, DVG. I mean, I want to feel comfortable with the market. I just don't have that fuzzy feeling like we're going to skyrocket, but we're starting to get there right now. Again, we got more than what we bargained for on the Tesla breakout here. This is where I'm going to take the partial on Tesla. The 223.40, just give it a couple of pennies here. 223.40, I'll be out 3/4 of the trade. That's $1.40 to the upside on Tesla here. Give it 10 more cents. AMD looking better now. Watch AMD. Hopefully we get over the VWAP line now. That would be great. There we go. There we go. Okay, a couple winning trades to start, and then there's AMD, a little bit of a laggard, but I think we're going to get there.
SPY at that 544.12 level. What does it do? If it finds support here, guys, this could be a turnaround. If it doesn't, it's just a bigger downside here. So be careful. I really like SMCI right now. I end up taking it 423.70 maybe. See a nice boom in the chip sector. SMCI should reap the benefit of that a bit. We'll find out.
8 cents to go on Tesla. Okay, right here. Oh man, I got more than I bargained for. 223.50. I'm out. Okay, Tesla gone. I sold off all shares now. Tesla. Now the only thing I have left is AMD. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right.
Well, I think Meta has now officially given up on that 55 multiple times. As it's moved lower, it's rejecting it lower. It tried to break out and then just got completely stopped. Still hanging on to EMPH. I believe in you, EMPH. Come on. Yeah, I think Meta's about the toilet. That's in trouble.
Yeah, I don't know.
now.
I just felt unsure with the Tesla trade. I wanted to come out of everything, not mess around anymore.
Yeah, maybe an early day for me. I mean, we banked some profit on coin. I'm basically break even on EMPH. Meta's just nah, not doing a whole lot. Microsoft sideways. I mean, we're aiming lower on the SPY and the Qs. And for the majority of tech, like it's just kind of trading sideways, which for me is a telltale sign that there's probably a bigger breakdown coming. So I may be looking to get short a few names here. And I'd almost rather short just like the Qs or the SPY, which I was trying to do earlier and didn't manage to take that trade, unfortunately. But all right, I think I'm going to start firming up or trimming up my position in EMPH, unfortunately. Still have coin short. UNH was a huge miss for me today, unfortunately. It would have been a huge trade for me. I trim up on coin here in a bit as well, just in case it decides to wake up 3 points out of nowhere.
I just need AMD over that VWAP line. I mean, I'm not asking for a whole lot here. Let's go. Let's go.
Meta just got rejected yet again. All right, ENPH, this is your time. Let's go. 110. If I see 110 at that point, I'm just hands off. Let it run. And I can hang on to this one for a little bit. I'll definitely trim though. If we get over, 111, 112, that's really my target. Okay, I'm going to get all out of coin here. If we break over this VWAP, so anything over 152 will be out. Come on, ENPH. You can do it. It'd be crazy if we got to 118 today. Wouldn't that be amazing? You know what? I'm gonna look at call options on the SPY right now. So if we break any lower, we'll get out. It'll be the quickest option trade ever. I'm looking for 544. Let's see what that looks like. Ooh, that's an ugly candle. Gross. Gross, gross. Well, maybe that EBS or UBS report right after all, which is down, down, baby. SPY literally hitting its anchored VWAP right now from the highs. All right, ENPH. I'm going to trim up this position. Darn it. It's really frustrating.
AMD turning back down. I'm out. All shares Tesla. The only thing I have right now is AMD. Come on. Well, yeah, I'm green to start, but I've got this AMD thing lingering.
If SPY breaks the low of day, I'm out. I just picked up a few contracts. Got 10 contracts on the SPY. 544 strike tomorrow expiration. Literally, if we see a new low of day, I'm out. It'll be that quick. Okay. Did I just nail the bottom on the SPY? Maybe, maybe, maybe. ENPH, come on, baby. Moon. What is it there? It's just to the moon, right?
Okay, I'm going to post another NVDA trade 110 this time. NVDA long 110. Okay. I'll be
slide on to it. Well, we were green for just a moment there on the SPY. Short-lived. Did get stopped out of CoinYo. She made some money on it. Okay, barely hanging on to the SPY right now. Barely, 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 barely. Watching ENPH. 109. It's hit this 109.10 level so many freaking times. Okay, I'll probably get out of the SPY options here in a moment too. Not a big deal. I'll wait. Thinking there's a possibility of us bouncing here Now, granted, are we going to go to the high of day? Maybe, maybe not. But anchored VWAP should be at least some kind of resolve here. ENPH finally getting a move. See if we get a scoot over 110. Come on. Need the SPY to start cooperating. ENPH moving higher. Good, good. Let's see that. SPY looking like it maybe is going to go up here. Oh well. Well, there you have it, folks. Down, down, baby, we go. Okay, it's official. Look at the entire market, just red everywhere. Just like that. Boom. That's why we have stop losses in place. We got stopped out of the SPY contracts, guys. ENPH probably should have taken a partial up there. Kind of back to break even. So I have a small red day right now. Manageable. We probably trade out of it. Not really going to force it though today. I have to get out of ENPH here. Small loss as well. Damn it. All right, I'm gonna get out of ENPH here. Kind of giving up hope here. Darn it. Only winning trade was our Coinbase short. Everything else either got stopped out or took like a little bit of a haircut on it. And ENPH, really kind of a painful one for me today.
Okay, obviously no trade on NVDA. And our AMD trade got stopped out of AMD while I was on the phone here. All right, 2 winners, 2 losers. I'm up $410, 410. Yep.
Nice.
Gave a lot back. Green is good though.
Oh yeah. I basically got the red side of your equation essentially.
Yep.
You know, it kind of bugs me, right? I was doing research, like looking at UBS reports, and it was not great what they were saying in the UBS report. Basically, like, hey, we're going to go full blown bearish the second half of September all the way through the end of October. I mean, I'm obviously paraphrasing. They had a bunch of charts, a bunch of data, a bunch of information, all noting that no matter what, they were going to be short. And that seemed to be like, even for me, that was kind of my consensus. But, you know, you see the markets push higher in the pre-market right after CPI data. You think, okay, well, don't fight the tape. Looks like everybody wants this thing to keep moving higher. And then we just toilet. So, I mean, I want to say coulda, shoulda, woulda, should have known better, whatever. But look, we're playing games right now in markets. Again, when I look at the data, I wasn't convinced it was great, to be honest. But price action was moving the markets higher pre-market. So maybe that was just all part of the plan and the trap. I don't know. But, you know, right now, small red day for me. About $1,200. Don't tell me ENPH is going to turn around now, take off. That would piss me off.
Yeah, I don't even feel like taking anything off the bottom today either. I just don't trust this market right here. We're down about 87 points on the NASDAQ. The Dow's getting pounded here, down 1.44%. So
We are now officially below the low of day yesterday on the SPY. As soon as that level gave out, only reason I went long was that would maybe hold. So as soon as we saw that bottom give, nope, I'm out. Look at EMPH now bounce out of nowhere. What the heck? Took all my money and then turned around, huh? That's cool. All right, guys, we're approaching on the SPY. Remember we talked about this yesterday. The absolute parachute moment for the SPY is going to be 540.30. If we break that 540.30, guys, we're in big trouble. Like really big trouble. Wow. You know, I talked about taking puts on the SPY because I was long several positions, more as a hedge, and I didn't click the button. You know, it's kind of my takeaway for the day. Is days like today, tricky data like this, having hedges pays off sometimes. Yeah, you give away some of your profit potentially, but in this case, I would have put protecting any downside exposure. As I review my trades, I'm not mad at the SPY attempt, right? At the anchor VWAP down near the low of day, because I knew the answer was like, hey, if this thing breaks, I'm out. I'm not gonna, you know, try to arm wrestle the tape here. But I was like, look, if we're gonna bounce, this is the level. Meta just broke 500. Guys, this is a pretty big broad-based sell-off. You look at your heat maps, everything is red. Financials, commercial services, retail trade, producer manufacturing, everything is down. So short. I still think there's room to the downside for some of these names. We're approaching that 45231 now on the Qs. Cannot believe I'm even saying that. I don't think people are going to come buy this dip. They bought it yesterday, though.
yeah, they did.
Where's that? It might do it for me this morning, Scott.
Yeah. You know, I got so
Only 'cause I
disenchanted
don't wanna
yesterday
time the
with the
bottom.
market. I just kind of quit because I was like, you know, this market's not going anywhere, which it really didn't do much of anything. And today I feel the same way. We got a little down day here. You know, I've got a green day, and I've just, you know, I like, I guess, AMD to the upside here. I'll post one more trade and see if I can't get this to run here. Otherwise, it's going to be a broken market. So 143 AMD.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make some tea and I'll be right back.
Yeah, man, we'll be here.
Stepping away for a sec.
Watch the AMD 143. That's over yesterday's close. Okay, over yesterday's close here.
I thought if anything was going to save markets today, it'd be tech, but I'm not so sure anymore.
Let's not give up yet, but yeah, it's not looking great.
Yeah. Apple at 219.46 is key level. Those of you guys are interested in Apple. I mean, for sure, UNH without a doubt is my big miss today. I mentioned that 587 was what I wanted. It went up to 591. I was like, oh, maybe we'll get 595 entry. But it put the shares out there and it literally hit 591.40 and just tanked. Oh well. Keep an eye on AVGO right now. Looks very similar to SMCI, just a third of the price. Look at ASML as well in a second here. Interesting. H, come on. That hurts to see.
Apple down after being up for the majority of the morning as well.
What's NVIDIA doing today? Well, it's actually not doing too bad, considering. As I am not so sure that we're going to see people buying the dip, though. Like, this is pretty one-directional right now. And we're breaking previous levels too. So I think there's this might be the real bear market that gets created. The irony is I've been talking about this for a while, and somehow I was trying to, buy the price action that looked like we're moving higher instead of, shorting into these positions. So crude inventory is coming in. No bueno. Well, I mean, we could just short. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna short. I'll short the Qs here. 453 just got in. Small size. I'm gonna add more. You continue to break. Wow, devastating sell off here. Not one sign of buy the dip here. See, this also goes to show, right? That inside scoop, UBS. I guess people acted on it right away. And that was today. That was to short everything and sell everything. Wow, didn't think it would happen this quick. Remember, 540.30 on the SPY, guys, is the parachute level. That's what I'm calling it. So we may kind of chop down here with this 540, 543 level, kind of in and around there. But if we see that level break, 540.30 on the SPY, watch out.
See if it holds here.
Apple now breaking. Well, I'm definitely not looking for long positions at the moment. Microsoft did bounce just now off of an anchor VWAP that it's placed. I have to look at when I placed that, but it is bouncing there. It's 411.30 area. But I don't see this. I don't see the SPY or the Q slowing down yet. I think the SPY should.
AMD on its butt now. Apple, Tesla, NVDA. NVDA's held up fairly nicely, but the rest of them have run to the downside now.
Yeah. JPM kind of getting a pop here. I don't know if that's just shorts covering. Like I said, I think on the SPY, we're probably going to see some chop around in this level. But if we break that 540 level, guys, it's just short everything. Cue the disclaimer. Where's Rick? Well, AVGO crashing now. SMCI about to do the same. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Disaster party today. Well, SPY is down 1.49, Q's down 1.25%. AMD now breaking under 140, 150-ish.
Yeah, just released.
What do we do here? Q's 45231, key level. I mean, if we bounce from here and take out the high day, guys, that would be the most unbelievable bull tail you've ever heard in your life.
It's happened before. I don't know if it's going to happen today, but
Yeah. I mean, technically it happened yesterday, right? On the Qs.
yeah.
We dropped down to 452.42 and then closed up at, 458. So it can happen, but I think a lot of that euphoria or buying up happened because people were trying to get bullish or get ahead of that CPI print. Check in JPM. JPM's kind of turned around here. UNH also. So maybe we're getting defensive names. What the heck's going on now? I know earlier today they were selling bonds to buy equities, which is why I was getting bullish. That was what they were making it look like, which is why I was getting bullish in the morning session. And we saw it in the price action, but I'm very tempted to hit SMCI here, guys. 417.
Yeah, Jim, so do I. I still like NVDA here as well. Could try 109 at the whole number.
I'm gonna start building a position on SMCI. I'll let it come to me. If it goes, continues to break down, maybe I get it cheaper. But look at EMPH now, trying to push higher again. What in the world? I'm looking broadly at markets. Oracle, NVIDIA, let's see, what is this one? CNC, MOH, Starbucks, AES, whatever that is, and Albemarle are the only stocks that are green. Wow. Okay. And look at JPM getting a bounce here. I wonder if we're getting some rotation in banks. I'll go for it. Where's JPM at? Oh, VWAP 203.30. Let's do it.
Yep, NVDA to the downside now. NVDA breaks that close from yesterday, that 108.10. That's going to be a problem.
I'm going to go ahead and click market fill. I got in at 203.20. Got in 10 cents earlier on JPM. I'm kind of going a little bit bigger on size on this one, but I will not give it a whole lot of wiggle room. So if it breaks 203, so 202.94 is my stop loss. JPM. We get over 203.40, I'll add another half size position, so we'll go full size position on JPM. So there we go, full size JPM. Don't decide to slow down now, JPM. Come on.
Maybe it's a short. Maybe the NVDA trade right here under that 108.10. Or actually, 108 would be the short here. Jim, I think I have to, reverse my thought process.
I might get a better entry on SMCI after all. Again, if it breaks this 200 though, I'm done. I'm not looking at it. It's right here, like let's call it 415. I'm seeing like UNH now pick up a little bit. JPM is trying to pick up a little bit. Some of these ancillary names to support or prop up markets that are not tech focused. So more of a defensive play. What's MO doing? Interesting, even some of the dividend names are getting dumped on right now. Well, JPM, thanks a lot. Might be another losing trade for me. Anything on the 203, I'll be out. What are options on EMPH right now? $1 for 112 bucks. $1.06. I might get a second chance trade here. But I'm going to do it with options on EMPH. These are kind of out of the money. Friday expiration. They are 92 cents and $1.06. So I may grab 20 of them. Let me take a look here. We'll check. Okay. I'll start with 10 on EMPH, 10 contracts. They're out of the money. Just wondering if we get some of that rotation. I mean, EMPH is actually surprisingly holding up well compared to other markets, right? Yeah, you're seeing a little bit of a drawdown, but I mean, Qs are just continuing to look at 45231 just got broke. That's not good. That is not good. This right now is signaling an over, like everything sell right now. 540.30 just broke on the SPY. This could be time to potentially just get bearish everything. May not even consider my SMCI move here.
Mm-mm-mm.
It's pretty gross.
Yep. I mean, you could almost close your eyes and just pick one and go short, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I will be out JPM in 3, 2, 1. Not yet, not yet. almost out, guys. I see anything under 202.90. I'm going to just market order out of this thing. Look at SMCI now too. Barely hanging on.
You know,
JPM.
it's like the stock. It's like NVDA. Do you take it long 108.10 or do you just short it right here? You're at the bottom of the day.
I'm down $116 already on this on the ENPH options. Man, anything long is just not working out. Yeah, JPM, I'm glad I'm hanging on a bit, but man, this is like brutal. I wanted to wait for that candle to close. I'm still in it, but now I basically need to see over the VWAP just to like break even on my JPM trade, which right now is not looking great. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to check on my T.
Yep. I don't know. We'll just see. I mean, if NVDA chooses to break down now, break the low, then I think game on to the downside for the rest of the day. But if not, we firm up down here. Could make a, yeah, there we go. Could make a decision to take the stock long again. I mean, Roku holding up very nicely. But the volume is just real low in it. Okay, I'm going to try to the upside here, 108.10 NVIDIA, 108.10 NVIDIA, and I'm just going to take 200 shares here, and I'm just looking at, we're going to put the triple Qs up here as well. Here you go, watch. Hold on here. Okay, here's the triple Qs. There's NVIDIA. Let's go. We'll see if we get a bounce off the bottom here. Okay, watch us here, NVDA. So 200 share entry here, 108.10, going to add over 108.50 if this market has found the bottom here.
I suppose the good news is JPM is moving a little bit higher, but I held on to that one. But the Qs, devastating. SPY, barely hanging on that 540.30 level we've been talking about. Parachute level is what I'll call it. Otherwise, the next level below that is 536.89, which was a previous high on the SPY. Just taking a look at that. So we do have some room to fall, another 4 points, call it another 1% on the SPY. Hopefully we see some stabilization here in this level. But good news is, guys, we have our second winning trade of the day. JPM.
Yeah. That's great. Good. Congratulations.
Yeah. We're starting to make some progress. Still red on the day, though, but man, just kind of brutal.
Yeah, I'm just barely green for the day. Not much. About an hour and a half into the day.
I'm going to hang on to JPM until I see at least 206. Well, 205. Partial at 205.
Come on, watch it here. Again, here we go with NVDA. NVDA, we're going to take it long right now. Watch the move through here. Here we're long at 108.10. Small share size, see if it goes. If not, under the low will be our stop loss. Pretty simple trade here.
Watching 415 on SMCI. I am in SMCI, small size, 415. I posted at 417. I thought we'd get a better entry. I like this bounce back through the 200 at 415. So hopefully it holds. If not, I will be out. We'll give that 1 point. Small share size. JPM moving in favor now. I said, waiting for that 205 print. Ideally a 206 print. Let's see how we do.
Go NVDA. 108.50. 108.50 will add.
I'll extend my stop on SMCI to 412. I hate to see that, but just trying to be a little more patient. Seeing if we get any kind of bounce. Watching the cues here at 45231. AVGO 146. Kind of an interesting level. Keep an eye on it. Not in yet.
This is big time move. Finally got this with NVDA. Full share size now, target 109 on NVDA. Let's go. Don't make me the laughing stock of the room today. Let's go. Continue on. Little pullback here, then let's continue. NVDA long.
Scott, I think I might have you beat, man. I had 3 losing trades. We have one winner right now in JPM. SMCI turned green for a moment. I'm holding on to these options. They expire on Friday for ENPH. It's a small, 10 contract lot, but I'm down, let's see, $240 on it right now. So definitely right now I am red on the day, but JPM's helping a little bit. JPM gets to 205. I might be green on the day. Let's see. Let's go JPM. It's right at the 200 right now. Let's try to breach 1, 2, 3, 4 times over the 200. If we get above that in just a moment, that 204 level should start to pop. So I'll get ready for a partial there on JPM. I'll still be red on the day unless SMCI and ENPH turn around, but just got over the 204 handle on JPM. Let's see if we get some follow through.
Come on, NVDA, keep coming here. Up just a little over 400 for the day and looking to build on this NVDA trade.
Chipping away at my red day with JPM. SMCI, we're up a point. It's not a huge position though.
Come on, NVDA. I'm your biggest cheerleader here, your biggest fan right now on NVDA. Let's go.
Don't really love the fill I just got on JPM for my partial. 204.02 wasn't the greatest. Here goes AVGO over 146. I missed it. Okay. Here goes NVIDIA. Get it, Scott. Get it. Your 200 EMA is at 108.90.
109 target. Full share size trade 109 target.
Let's go SMCI. I'm getting a move now. 3 points SMCI. Let's see if I get more. I'll hang on to this thing. I don't mind.
Okay, we got this now. 109. Come on, baby. Penny more. There it is. 109 just flashed. I got it. 109.02 out. 3/4 of the trade. NVDA. Yes. Got it.
Very nice trade, Scott. Awesome trade, man.
Hey, you know what, DVG? I was seconds away from shorting that stock at the bottom. We got a small reversal on the Qs here. No telling how long it'll last. 108.50 on the last quarter here. That's my stop. 108.50 on the last quarter.
We're slowly chipping away at the red day. Getting close. Getting close. Looking back, glad we took our partial on JPM. We still have some size there, though. Still have half that position. Still green on that. I like this movement here. I missed the AVGO trade over 146. I called it. I didn't post it, but it was a nice, you got 80 cents or so. We are in the SMCI trade, though, and that's looking wonderful. I want to see a pop over VWAP. Let's get into the 420s and then rip. Maybe get up into that, 440, the era of 440. Wouldn't that be great? I'm just going to hold this thing. I'm not going to take a partial till I see a more decisive move. If we end up breaking even, I might be kicking myself, but that's okay. I like the move I'm seeing right now in AVGO. Seeing a turnaround in Microsoft. ARM trying to test the VWAP here. NVIDIA a little tentative. But like I said, SMCI now up at 419. Very tempted to take a partial here, but I will not. Holding my guns here. Let's see if we get a new high of day, 425. No way, guys. Look at this. I'm so tempted to add SMCI right now. We're up almost 7 points. Woo-wee.
Yeah.
I just turned green on the day. Boom.
There you go. You know what? What's interesting, DVG, is we sit here and we kind of get into that lull. You might be a little red, you might be a little green, and the market starts to slow and it's going down, and you're not short, so you're waiting. But I got to tell you, when you have patience pays off in a lot of times. And when you know what stocks are to come into, and you're watching the market, you're watching triple Qs, you're starting to wait and be patient. And then when the stocks come and you make the turn, push the button and get in. Follow your intuition. That's what we did. Everything tastes better when you're winning.
Wow, guys. SMCI. High of day, I will trim up a bit. That turned me green. That one trade.
Hmm.
So I did just take a small partial on SMCI. Couldn't help it. I'll keep a green day for the time being, but still leaving a little bit there to run. If I could just get ENPH to turn around, which doesn't look like it's going to, but you know, frankly, it is up on the day to almost 2.5%. So it can still technically turn around. The 105 level is really where I think we'll probably find some support, and by then I'll be out. Frankly, because you know when you're holding options, your gamma and theta play a huge part of that with expiration on Friday. It's obviously not a good thing. So SMCI continue to move higher. I'll leave the rest that I got going. This is a beautiful move. You know, frankly, on a move like that on SMCI, I would have loved to added to that position, but because we were red on the day previously, I didn't want to, you know, add more risk. So you could argue missed opportunity, but I'm not complaining, right? I mean, we went from pretty red day to now, you know, not a great green day, but at least a green day. JPM now just popped over 204.10. Should see a breakout there in a moment. Now, if ENPH could get its act together, guys. Again, I'm down like 300 bucks ish, 240 bucks. Excuse me, on these call options for ENPH because they're so out of the money. So I'm losing IV, I'm losing I mean, it's all moving against. But here's the good news: JPM and SMCI saving the day for me.
Go.
SMCI about to rip the high of day, guys. Let's see a breakout. I will hold this sucker till, I don't know, whenever it stops flying. Let's see this thing take off. Taking a tiny bit more here at the high of day on SMCI, and I will let the rest run. It's on autopilot now, guys. Move my stop loss up to 422, but now it's free money. Free money.
Come on. I'm looking now 109.50. Let's go. NVDA for the rest.
I'll tell you what, guys. If ENPH goes to 118, I'll be giving away a gift today. So we want to see, let's call it 115. If ENPH gets to 115, I will be giving away, I don't know, I'll find something. Bottle of wine or something, I don't know. A free iPhone. Vincent, not quite that, I won't be giving away 1,100 bucks. Just asking, yeah, hey, it's cool. You never know till you ask, right? Look at, guys, SMCI. Come on now. We're up 12 freaking points on SMCI.
Look at the Qs. V-bottom recovery now off of the Qs.
I just keep chalking it up, guys. We're 14 points now on SMCI.
It's unheard of. Really, really good.
Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. I wish, frankly, if I didn't get pinched this morning, I probably would be adding like crazy to this trade, but I'm not. So not going to get overzealous here, but guys, what a monster move on SMCI. Quick question. Did anybody take it?
Here's the SMCI trade right here. Look at that big move.
I'm tempted to just take a little more here because I don't want to be super greedy, but holy smokes. Paul, you took it? Heck yeah. Len, awesome. Heck yeah. I just took a tiny bit more. At this point, it's free money. Heck yeah. Now, guys, we need EMPH to rip. We do that, I won't be the laughing stock after all today. JP Morgan, just cruising for us. Note, anchored VWAP on the SPY, 543.31. I don't know how long this dip buying is going to last. We're running into the VWAP. So take your partials. Rule number one, pay yourself first. If you want to leave some runners to go and dance for you, great. But, this is a huge bounce for us, guys. So if you are long and you manage to catch something there off the bottom, don't be shy. Pay yourself.
Yeah, this got me nicely green for the day. Thought about it here at the start, and then all of a sudden I'm like, you know what? Market was recovering. I needed to go long. And end of story. Turned it around in what, 7 minutes or so.
Tell you what, just to make sure I bank my green day and prove to be a good example for our community here. JPM, this next candle over 204, I'm going to take some off just to make sure I bank that profit. ENPH, on the other hand, I don't mind holding that for a bit longer. And if I hold that into Friday, so be it. Unless we get down to 105, or I should say 106. 106.40, I'm going to dump those contracts. We're at the VWAP now on EMPH, hoping we see a flyer and we start pushing that 110 level. I haven't decided if again, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but if we do get that breakout on EMPH, guys, like I said, see if I could do a giveaway. Maybe Clifton can help with getting that out to you guys. If we get there, guys, I'm looking for 115. I really want 118, but 115, guys. We get 115, someone's getting a gift. Does that work for everybody? How about that? Giving back to the folks, our community. Love this community.
Yep. Very nice. Very, very nice. Now, where do we go from here? Just because we've had a little V-bottom recovery doesn't mean the market is fixed, right? So when you're looking at the entire market, the overall market right now, we're still red across the board, right? So we're not as red as what we were, but still a pretty bad day. Dow's down 566, Nasdaq's down 125.
Yep.
Plenty of room to improve. Let's put it that way. If you're optimistic and the market's going higher, plenty of room.
I just trimmed up on JPM, y'all. So eliminating all my risk on that position. We still have a little bit of size there, but again, I'll go to break even. So if we, miss out on a big leg, fine. But EMPH, guys, that's the one I'm in now. Looking around, again, AVGO, we kind of missed that 146. And if you guys are wondering, hey, why the heck 146? If you pull up that chart and you look at 959, you had one control bar. small pullback, which basically a control bar hit your 55, pulled back, tested that level again. As soon as we got above that candle, we ripped. Right? So 146.32 is what it got to. So 146 would have gave you, 30% or 30-cent buffer. But now that thing is, staying above the VWAP. It totally can pull back. To your point, Scott, right? Markets are still pretty messed up at the moment. I don't want to say I'm full bull right now. In fact, I would argue it's probably an opportunity for bears to add to their shorts if they got in at the open. So definitely be careful here. It's like we always say, pay yourself first, rule number one. Glad looking back now, right, at SMCI, we hit a high of 429. I banked just below that. So it got like 428.97 was my last partial. And now we're back down to 426. So again, that's a 2-point spread, pretty big. So be sure to pay yourself on these types of moves, right? Because they may not last forever. And if they do, well, at least you got some runners to take advantage of it. But bank your profits with your ideal targets. SPY kind of rolling over now. Glad we took our partial in JPM now. Look at it rolling over. I will give it let's give it 15 cents below my break even on JPM because we already banked some profit, right? So if I give back anything, guys, I'm going to give back $47 on my remaining shares. I want to give you some chance to bounce off the VWAP here. So specifically too, if I can, on ENPH, guys, the only reason I took these options, okay, it was limited risk as far as the price goes, right? So it's $940, okay, that I would risk on this trade. Granted, they're out of the money, call options, so there is a risk, right? If we continue to move down, they will go to zero pretty fast, right? We did see that earlier, taking a $300 loss, like initially, but they expire on Friday. So the good news is, while I lost on the shares this morning, right, and that was a painful loss for me to take. Now having these, let's just say I make up, I don't know, $300-400 when I took looks like about $1,800 spill this morning. Luckily, coin helped, fill the coffers a bit to the short side earlier today. That was my only winning trade this morning. Was coin short. We missed UNH when it popped up to 591. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Unfortunately, we didn't. But the only reason I'm taking this ENPH is, well, frankly, I see that it's up today. I think if a new administration, or the same administration, I should say, gets elected, they're definitely more green friendly. So with interest rates likely going down, 1/4 point, maybe even 1/2 point, right? Names in the solar space will likely benefit. So I was trying to get ahead of that. What I'm finding is typically with these types of trades, I'm almost always early. So who knows? Maybe the right move is tomorrow. Maybe the right move is Friday. So holding these options until Friday, while again, it's $940, maybe it goes to zero. Maybe it does, but that's okay. I don't mind risking $940 compared to a huge position in shares that I had earlier today.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's just a pullback and we go higher here. I mean, we may not close the entire gap on this market, but I think we're gonna get a small higher move here.
In fact, what I ought to do is for those of you guys, so Len, Paul, if you guys took SMCI, maybe you guys should be sending me a bottle of wine. Totally kidding, guys.
Good call.
That
Good
was a
call.
monster move. And I'm glad I trimmed up on the way
Yeah.
because now we're pulling back a bit. But it still looks pretty bullish. Obviously, we need NVIDIA to participate. AVGO, what a huge bounce off the bottom. Yeah, it looks like only 2 points, right? But that's pretty significant pop. And now we're setting up a beautiful bull flag on AVGO. So if you missed it, this pullback to even the VWAP looked like a potential opportunity, mitigating some of that downside. I didn't take that trade, but again, still looking pretty good. Glad we gave some grace on JPM now. Maybe we get some follow through here. Microsoft stuck at its anchor VWAP at this 411.40 level. ARM pushing higher. Apple pretty tentative below 219. There's your move on NVIDIA. You still in that, Scott?
Yep, still in NVIDIA, waiting for that VWAP to be taken out. Yep, smaller winning day than usual, but I'll tell you what, happy to be green. Put it that way.
Totally agree. Same for me. I mean, it's not. We've had a good Monday, Tuesday. In fact, right as you guys were signing off yesterday, you and Amir, Scott, we talked about finding some short plays. Freaking nailed like 3 trades in a row, all to the downside. Banked my profit, put a stop loss in, came back, they got stopped out, and I mentioned yesterday, 45231 on the Qs is the level I wanted to see for technical, structure for that to hold. It did yesterday, almost to the penny. And if you went long at that level, you would have seen the benefit. We saw a similar bounce here today. We saw it break through a little bit. Here's the concern I have, guys. If we see 45231 break again in the Qs, I don't think we're going to bounce again. I think it's game over, right? Same with 54412. Like, we need to see a close. If you are bullish this market, you have to see the SPY close above 54412. I mean, if it's 54409, that even could be a risk. Like, it needs to be over that, which ironically, if you look at it on your 1 minute right now, is exactly where the 200 is. Okay, so if we bounce above that, bulls can potentially keep some control in this downswing here. However, if we don't get to 544.12, or if we reject that level and start to head lower, I would be looking for shorts.
And if we roll back over here and start to take out towards the bottom, then yeah, it's definitely a short afternoon. We're short into the close today. You're already down 500 points on the Dow. I mean, you're going to have a bounce. Maybe this is it for the balance of the day, and that's all we're going to get. So we shall see.
My one concern right now is we conditioned traders to buy the dip, which I think after seeing 3 consecutive huge down days, like sell-offs, clearly there's more selling power than buying power. You could argue that the buyers continue to step up, but maybe in the spirit of being a trickster, that's exactly what they're planning on. Let everybody continue to buy the dip so they can sell into it and continue to sell lower.
You
So
never know.
that's kind of what I'm watching for. You know, we still haven't broke key levels to the upside. If you look at a daily on even the SPY and the Qs, you're putting in a pretty convincing head and shoulders. My only thing is this consolidation level on the Qs 45231 is what I wanted to see, frankly, for a bigger bullish trend, meaning maybe take out all-time highs on the Qs. So seeing this now hold up the last couple sessions gives me some hope for that to happen, right? But just as bullish as I want to get, there is plenty of bearish action to say otherwise. So could be a frustrating market, I think, for the next few weeks, maybe even the next month. The good news is we all know in this community, rule number 1 stands as rule number 1. There's different principles. In fact, maybe I'll formalize the principles of day trading as one segment, and then the rules of day trading. But listen, like, rule number 1 is pay yourself first, and this is the perfect example as to why. Whether you were short, during the day and you let your runners run, you were collecting big time. Right now, we're long on a few positions. Our runners are paying us, but we banked our profits. By the way, guys, EMPH just hit 109.09. We talked about 109.10 earlier this morning. We lift over that. I think we get 110 prints, and if we do, and we get that 115 print, we may have to randomize our community for who gets the gift.
Yeah, to answer your question, Julie, I'm not sure if DVG is going to be here. I will try to get back at 3 o'clock today. I'm just going to be busy today and tomorrow with the moving of the house. Then I'll be back together on Friday, hopefully, to have the Friday morning session. So I don't think I'm going to be back. DVG, are you still here? Are you going to be back on this afternoon?
I may check in, but here's the reality. We've got positions on right now that I don't mind just letting them dance. My SMCI, my last little bit of runners are going to stop out at 422, so even that's a 7-point gain. Letting it play out a little bit. ENPH, I'm going to hold these options until probably Friday. I'll probably trim up if we get up in the 110 plus, just because why not? Bank some profits, rule number 1. But fundamentally, like, I don't really see me taking a ton of other positions because, I took a pretty strong loss this morning. We had a little bit of a comeback tour here. But the only thing I really have on is ENPH. Tempted to add to this thing, but we already had a losing trade this morning, so I'm just letting these options grow. And we'll see how they end up today. Again, looking for that 115 level for someone to get a nice gift, courtesy of DVG and the 44 trading community here. But
there you go.
Fundamentally, like, looking around, guys, grab your 200 EMA and put it on all the big names. Put it on AMD right now. It's stuck under it. Apple, stuck under it. Broadcom, holding it like a magnet. Microsoft can't even get to the 200. The Qs, literally, it's at the VWAP, but the 200 is just above it. So there's definitely some headwind above. By the way, EMPH just broke 110. Awesome. But there are names like ARM that are pushing higher, SMCI pushing higher, NVIDIA at the VWAP now, but it's above its 200. So keeping an eye on these levels, guys, is going to be key for all of us. So we've got the 110 print on EMPH. Previous, let's see, pre-market high is 110.31. If we get above there again, we tried it just now. I missed it. I was chatting. 110.30. Let's see if we can get a push above that. If we do, I'll go ahead and bank some profit on that.
Hey, traders, that's going to do it for me. Again, I am going to be gone tomorrow. DVG will be in. Aggie's going to be here in the morning too, DVG, to trade the open with you. Then I'll be back on Friday. Wish me well. It's we got a lot in front of us today. So, but a profitable day and nice bounce back day today. Again, all about patience, all about sticking in there, having the plan, executing the plan, making sure that you're doing the right thing with the plan. And it's worked out. And don't be afraid to push the button. And the button is the trigger. The button is the mouse. The button is the trade. So make sure you're able to do that. And I will see everybody on Friday morning. DVG, have a great time tomorrow. Thank you for taking over. Appreciate that. Traders, God bless y'all. Godspeed. Thank you to everybody on YouTube for following us. We appreciate it and look forward to seeing everybody then on Friday. Take care. God bless you. Godspeed.
Cheers, Scott. All right, guys, managed to bank some profit on the EMPH move. So maybe it's not that big of a gift after all, but don't want to, what's the old saying, kick a gift horse in the mouth. SMCI approaching my stop on the remaining shares there. We'll keep an eye on it. JPM autopilot. Q's just broke over the 200. Let's see if we get some follow through. NVIDIA now pushing. Sorry, let's see. The stop schedule afternoon. You have pre-market data on? Yes, Julie. I always keep an eye on after hours. Frankly, because like, so say for example, if you grab the move at when we got the news this morning on CPI, you can kind of see where the limits are pre-market on levels. So I use that quite a bit. Kind of kicking myself for taking an early partial on ENPH. Oh well. Guys, look at AVGO now. If you managed to take that 146, you got up 2.5 points. SMCI now. Glad we held on. Q's ripping now. SPY is at the 200. Another level to take a partial. Remember this 544.12 area. We just breached it a bit. I imagine there's going to be some fighting in this area. Right as I'm saying that, you can see it happen on the SPY if you guys have your charts up. Excuse me. SMCI, go baby, go. Wow. Wow. Here comes 430 plus on SMCI any moment. We should see an absolute pop. ARM moving higher. AVGO moving higher. NVIDIA moving higher. Chips are coming back, baby. So we talked about this in the last several sessions, guys. What are the two sectors that you want to see typically lead? Anybody? Two sectors that you want to see lead markets. Mark, yeah, that's one. What's the other one? Nobody? The two sectors that you want to see lead markets. Big tech? Yeah, what's tech? Yeah, it's tech, right? So you got technology and or financials. You want to see one or the other lead markets for bullish behavior. If you look at empirical data, they will have more breadth and carry more weight than any other two sectors from a longevity standpoint. Tech being number one, financials being number two. Occasionally you'll see oil or energy stocks lead, but it's typically short-lived. There was a time when Exxon was the most, biggest, most powerful company in the planet. And technically that was for a longer duration than normal. But you'll typically see if it's oil or energy, it's less than 9 months versus tech or financials leading markets that can be years. So when you see JPM yesterday taking a bath, not a good sign, right? We even talked about getting bullish at that time, which we did, or sorry, bearish rather, and we did, and we made some money, right? Then we saw a flip-flop in tech names pushing higher that kind of saved markets yesterday, right? My thesis or hypothesis today was that we would see something similar, right? If financials continue to move lower, which they didn't, they kind of stabilized. It's still pretty brutal pullback on JPM, for example. But my hypothesis was we need to see tech lead if big if bulls were planning on keeping control, right? And we're seeing that today. Now, granted, we saw quite a bath, but if you look at NVIDIA as an example, we know is kind of leading the chip sector, moved higher while the entire Qs were heading lower this morning, right? So that was sign number one. Sign number two was even with this pullback on NVIDIA, for example, we didn't break yesterday's low the way we did on the Qs. The Qs and the SPY, we broke yesterday, the low of the day. So proving to be stronger. Now, I guess, hindsight's 20/20, but coming into today, that was like my plan. Now, obviously, everything sold off for a bit. Was I expecting this huge of a bounce? No, but do we close this gap? We're technically still red on the Qs and the SPY. So when I talk about, banking your profits, this is the reason why, right? Like, can we move higher? Absolutely. Can we dump? Absolutely, right? The market trend today is still down, right? We're red on the day. Can we close the gap? We did yesterday, but I don't really love the data personally. We talked about that this morning, but you can either fight the trend. I always use the analogy. It's like holding an umbrella and fighting a hurricane with an umbrella. I got news for you. You're going to lose. Markets are the same way, right? You don't want to fight the tape. AMD, yeah, looking great. Sure. All right, I'm going to take a tiny bit more off of ENPH. I will leave 5 contracts to run. So technically, my gift won't be that generous, but we get to 115. I'll hold these 5 until then. SMCI, I may just dump the rest of my position soon. Excuse me. I mean, it's hard to, want more, but technically I can leave this on and not care. We're up 15 points, guys, on SMCI. 15 points. Unbelievable. That's all I can say. Unbelievable. Come on, EMPH. 118 one time today by the close, 118. That would be unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, I think so too. Trade absolutely. And sorry guys, I was keeping an eye like more broadly on markets. I missed, I'm sure, a bunch of comments, so I apologize for that. But like for me, I was looking at ARM and AVGO next to SMCI and NVIDIA. NVIDIA was a little more tentative, kind of at the lower parts of the day, like in the 107.40 area. So I was a little bit nervous, right? Seeing SMCI dip. We talked about 417 originally. It's like, hey, maybe I get a better entry. I didn't want to time the bottom. I wanted to see a little bit more confirmation. Once it got to that 200, though, I was like, well, I guess, 2-point risk, right? And we went ahead, took it at 415, so we got in a little bit early. Saved myself the 2 points to 417, right? And then we just had a massive rip. So I don't call it luck, but some of that is, right? Like I saw the setup on AVGO. I really wanted to take AVGO. I didn't. But because we had SMCI, I figured, you know what? Horseshoes and hand grenades, we're in the same sector, right? I'm kind of glad we took SMCI. I mean, it was a smaller position than I would normally want to take, but all right, I'm going to be all out SMCI here, guys. We got those 15 points. Now we're giving back a couple. So let me wait. Let me see if we get one more pop. Watching the Qs and the SPY right now, guys. High end of that channel from 544.12 to 546.95 is the high end of that channel on the SPY. And I say channel for those of you, just take a horizontal line, drop it on your chart, 544.12 and 546.95. That's your channel. Anything below that, you have your anchored VWAP at 543.30 right now. So if we go test that level, obviously we're going to break that 544.12, which is why I'm tempted. I'm just going to, you know what, right here. SMCI, guys. About to be all out. Let's let this candle close. 10 more seconds. Okay, all out SMCI, guys, all out. The argument could be like, why not just let it keep going? Well, I saw it pull back to 423.50, which is pretty close to my 422 stop on the runners, and I managed to hang on and pick up another 5 points. Is it 6 points, 7 points, 10 points? It's fine. Good news is JPM continues to move higher. We're making money on JPM, we're making money on EMPH, and SMCI moves, $3 at a time, basically. So I'd rather, take a risk on JPM moving 10, 15, 20 cents versus SMCI moving 3 or 4 points. Yeah. Are you going to hang on to 435, Trade-Trix? Did you take that trade? If so, where was your entry? Brilliant. Yep. Patience pays, right? So my whole thing is this. I like to be done by noon, typically, at the latest. 11:30 is kind of the ideal time for me to walk away. If anything, like that's what we're trying to create here now. It's like, look, by 11:30, make your money, call it a day, let your runners play, manage your trades if you're in winning positions, right? For me, I don't want to sit in front of my screens for another 4 hours to maybe get a few extra points. Now, granted, if you don't mind hanging on to it, and technically I could have gone to break even on SMCI, but I'd rather not give back anything today after having a red day that turned into a green day. Look, that's a win for me. I'm happy Happy when that happens. Doesn't always happen though, unfortunately. Me too. Done by 11:30. Yep, the whole quarter position through noon. Awesome. Cool. Cool. Yep. Right on Trade Tricks. Yeah, I had a pretty rough start this morning. For many of you, like I posted UNH is like that was my big. I wanted to short the heck out of that. I was willing to like, I wouldn't say max leverage, but I wanted to really take a big swing on that one. I saw it pop to 591, and I'm like, oof, maybe I can get 595. Because I don't mind waiting to get a better entry. And as soon as it flipped, I'm like, oh, maybe it'll pop on the VWAP. Nope, just completely kept going. And by that time, I'm like, well, do I really want to risk another pop for 4 points, and more potentially to the upside? I don't know. UNH was kind of my disappointing trade looking back. Coin, obviously we got paid on that one. We ended up getting stopped out on the runners, which is, it's totally fine by me. EMPH knocked us out in the morning pretty good. And then, we took these call options. So again, we've got 5 left, started with 10. And then we've got JPM that literally like that thing's on autopilot. I don't even care. And we still have a decent size there, but at this point, like I've banked my profits, mitigated all my risk. In fact, I'm going to probably move my stop loss to 204.01. So we can't lose on that trade. And then let's pull up Tesla. Tesla right now, Julie. You said short, huh? Maybe. The issue is you're at the 200 right now, right? Right, you're literally there right now. And then you have the VWAP right below that. So I'd wait for more confirmation on pricing either direction, the upside or downside. Unless you're, convinced, maybe that helps mitigate your stop loss. But that 200 level, you'd want to see a break, VWAP, maybe retest the 200 failed, then hit it. That would be my take. Where's Rick when you need him? Cue the disclaimer. Not financial advice. It's your money. Take your own risks, right? But so yeah, Julie, I'd keep an eye on that. Your VWAP's right below it, so maybe you find some strength here and a push higher potentially on Tesla. I'm watching Nvidia push higher, AVGO consolidating over the close and trying to push higher here. But yeah, the bias still is technically down for the day, right? I mean, we're down on the Qs still 1.72 points or 0.4%, and the SPY is 0.8%. Telling you that the SPY right now is a little weaker than the Qs. But Tesla is technically part of the Mag 7, which is a big proponent of the Qs. So keep an eye on the Qs, maybe side by side, Julie, for Tesla as well. I use both, Julie. So my 200 is an EMA. Everything else is a simple moving average for me. If you have questions about kind of which indicators I use, we actually did a session on that back in July, I think it was. Clifton has that, I think. I think you still have it, Clifton, right? If so, Julie, reach out to Clifton. You should be able to get that to you. Pretty strong pullback. The Q's in the SPY right now. Okay, Julie, keep an eye on Tesla now. See what it does up at your 200 EMA, which is right where we saw that break. So it's at 221.30. You see a push above there, maybe you get your chance to get a short and break the VWAP. Because the Qs right now are bouncing off the 200, just above the VWAP. SPY is looking like it's going to break though. Let's see. What you want to see is actual price rejection, right? Seeing a little bit of a sell there is not enough to get overly excited because we're holding the VWAP. What you want to see is have it test to move higher, have that fail, and then on the way back down, basically be there to, for lack of a better term, almost alley-oop it, right? Pretty gnarly pullback right now on the MPH. Good news is we paid ourselves as we got it higher. So I'm watching Tesla right now on behalf of you, Julie. So this 221.30 area, let's keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on the Qs as well. So if it were me taking this trade and I was biased to the downside, let's just say, which right now I'm not sure I would be, but let's just say 221.40 entry, stop loss 222, 60 cents. That would be the short play. So you have minimal risk. So if you end up breaking the VWAP, you can add to your position. And now that it's moving higher, maybe you could do 221.50. Right? If you were still biased to the downside. The challenge is now that the price is moving away from you, you run the risk of getting stopped out. So if anything, maybe then put your entry until you see the next failed move higher. So I don't know, Julie, if you're watching that live, but this is exactly why you wanted to see that price action fail the 200, which it did not. Now it's trying to move higher over 222. If you get over 222, you should see a breakout to the upside, which it looks like it's going to happen any moment. Note, NVIDIA's breaking out. AVGO just recovered that sell-off. ARM just recovered its sell-off. JPM looking kind of weak. I'm going to trim a little bit on JPM here. There's your 222 on Tesla. So now how high does it go? Or does it stop at 222? The trouble with shorting is when you see 3 candles like this off the VWAP that are almost equal in size, that's telling me that bulls want to push this thing up. Now, because we're down on the day, we've seen plenty of selling, unless we see, bears come in and just absolutely slam this thing right back to the VWAP. Yeah, then you want to think, okay, it's time to get bearish on this position. Make sense? Does it help? See, because now, so here's another example. 221.90 could be a short, and now your mitigated risk could be 222.20, 30 cents, and then you can build on the way down. So if you have a bias like that, you want to see these kind of again, it's trading to a plan. It's not just trading to, pot shot at stocks right now. Like, price action is showing that, bulls are trying to establish some dominance in the market right now, right? But I mean, we saw this recent sell-off from 457.83 on the Qs, straight down to the VWAP in like 4 minutes. So again, the goal of like shorting is minimizing your risk, not just, hey, I like this level and let's take it, right? And trust me, like, I think I would argue I like shorting stocks more than going long stocks, but I don't mind either direction, frankly. I just the reason I like short setups is they're pretty telling pretty quickly. Yesterday I think it was 3 or 4 positions we took short. I'd have to look back at my journal, but I know for sure one was GS. I think a bunch of you guys took some of those trades with me yesterday to the downside. One was the Qs, I know that for sure. But I mean, it was like instant payday in like 10 minutes. So that's kind of the beauty of shorting, is typically it's like the elevator down, but in recent weeks, we've seen, I don't want to say the elevator up, but it kind of has been, right? I mean, look at NVIDIA now. What a beast. I can tell you guys a heartbreaking story on Friday. So I had a pretty large position in NVIDIA, and I was using options, and a big position in options, and it moved against. If you guys remember Friday, everything tanked. Here's the thing: they were for this week's expiration, and they were 110 strike prices. I owned them at 97 cents when I bought them. They're now worth $2.97. So to give you perspective, I'd be up about $20,000 or so. I held on to that trade. Instead, I took a 4K wipeout. Let's see what Jared. I feel more comfortable short, but the data says more profitable long for me. Well, here's kind of what it's not even a principle. It's more of just, why do stock markets exist? Right? They're to make investments. And if you're investing your money, you typically want to see markets go up. So by and large, markets have an affinity to move higher. But here's the thing, they don't have to, as we all know as traders, they don't have to move higher. But more often than not, yes, you have bears that enter the market, right? But if you see any kind of move downward, it's people selling out of their positions or their investments, right? So it's not always just, oh, hey, bears are selling into this market. No, it might be people getting bearish on the market that own long positions or even longer term investments that are saying, hey, I banked 109% on NVIDIA since I've owned it. That's good enough for me. Like, I'll take some profit. And oh, by the way, I own 2 million shares, not 100 shares, not 500 shares. And so naturally that'll trigger selling behavior. By the way, Qs just went green on the day. Huge move higher, guys. I really wanted to get an AVGO, couldn't do it. We're approaching high a day. We still have our ENPH position. It's the only thing I got on now. I trimmed up on JPM. I've got a little left there. But guys, this is a monster move. Absolute monster move. So if you guys were long yesterday, basically right when I got out of my short positions, you crushed. I mean, I basically took full advantage of the downside move. And then if you watch that 452.31 on the Qs and you bought in there, you crushed. Same thing today.
Same exact thing today. Here's, again, my thesis. We talked about it the last few weeks here. This was back when the Qs were up at like 465, 468, I think it was. And I mentioned a pullback all the way to 452.31 to hold and bounce at that level to see if we hold that level to prove that bulls don't want this market to collapse. That was kind of my thesis. Now, here's the thing. We've tried it several times now. If we see it break again, that's game over. There's no buy the dip. So conversely, my thought process was if we consolidate there and we actually put in a low, in my opinion, because if you look at NVIDIA's earnings, they absolutely blew it out. And they're planning on buying 50 billion worth of their stock back, right? Like NVIDIA is a hard stock to bet against. Does it stay this elevated forever? I don't know. You know, I believe in the fact that, look, AI is here to stay. I think that the benefactors of AI will be those who actually use it to make monetary gain, which right now it's really around productivity, kind of cool use cases. We even saw it on Apple's event, right? That's not really going to drive revenue, which is the big concern. Versus you look at like Palantir, a lot of what they do is for, you know, defense, right? So 100% of their use cases are for profit, and they're for defense use cases, which are not easy use cases to use AI for. So I think companies like that are going to benefit from AI in a big way when people start to understand what the heck AI is versus just two letters of the alphabet. Because there's such a broad set of use cases you can use AI for, namely machine learning. You know, AI and machine learning are kind of synonymous. You know, AI is, I would say, the user-friendly name of machine learning, because when you really figure out like, hey, what's, you know, convolutional neural, any neural network for that matter, it gets pretty nerdy pretty fast, but it's fascinating. So, you know, if it's something you guys are interested in, look up neural networks. That'll kind of help you. I'd say that's the separation between what practical use cases I would say as typical everyday consumers understand as AI versus machine learning. There's so many use cases with machine learning that have been around forever, even to optimize like manufacturing plants and lines and things like that, where you're looking at the actual OSI Pi data that's coming off of some of these, you know, whether it's in oil and gas or it's in manufacturing, you know, that's for retail CPG type companies as well. But those machine learning use cases have been around forever, right? How do you optimize throughput on a specific machine that might have heat, humidity, speed, you know, rotation, whatever, right? And you can even use it for like vibration sensing, things like that. So there's so many use cases in machine learning and AI that when people start to figure out like, oh my God, there's not only money making opportunities here, but you know, how does it improve maintenance? How does it improve interactions with our, you know, almost personify our enterprise? I think that's when see, you know, these bigger names really benefit from it. But we've got probably 2 years before that happens, in my opinion, maybe 3 years. And everybody's super optimistic because they saw their first large language model. But yes, it's robust. OpenAI's large language model is robust, but frankly, it's just an API for now, right? It's going to get better over time. It's starting to understand human syntax better. It's able to translate into different languages now, with limitations, right? So it's kind of like, I don't know if you guys ever use any kind of translation software. If you're a native speaker of that language, it doesn't always do a perfect job, right? Maybe it doesn't understand the slang, maybe it doesn't understand whatever. But the translation is not always perfect or flawless. But we're seeing that. And I think that over time, that'll change, that'll get better. But what's the implication of that? Well, call centers will reduce in size because you can do that through an actual intelligent bot, which they do now with chat bots. But I'm talking about potentially like a human voice, right? That you can program to sound a certain way, to speak a certain way, to understand the principles of your business. And it now understands, you know, all the large language model components, but specific to your business because they understand what you do, whatever that is. I don't care if you're, you know, car dealer or a, you know,
software company. Doesn't matter. So anyway, wouldn't be a day without a little bit of a rant, right, guys? So apologize for the rant there. Hopefully it makes sense. Hopefully it's value, but kind of sharing a perspective. All right, guys, I think that's going to do it for me. I've got my stop loss built in at JPM. Got a very small position there. ENPH, I will literally put my stop loss at break even on the remaining contracts. We've got 5 left. We're walking away at Green Day today after having a pretty ridiculous morning session. So happy for that. Again, keep an eye on 54695 on the SPY, as well as 54412 on the SPY. For the Qs, your anchored VWAP is actually going to be up at 460.27. So if we start seeing that become a ceiling, don't be surprised, which actually coincides with what we saw this morning. So I was watching that anchored VWAP. Didn't muster up the strength to short the Qs right out the gate because I thought maybe we'd get a push higher. That would have been the right decision, but coulda, shoulda, woulda, hindsight trading, right? Listen, appreciate each and every one of you. Hopefully some of y'all were able to benefit from the trades we posted today. As always, trade safe. Walk through your journal and your trades, not just the winning ones, also the losing ones. Obviously, I'm going to be doing some of that this morning or this afternoon. Appreciate each and every one of you. I'll see you at the open tomorrow. I know Scott's going to be out, so it'll be Aggie and I leading the morning session. But let's keep an eye on ENPH, guys. Let's root for that 115 target. If you get it, great. If not, we end up getting stopped out 0. Bummer. Won't be handing out gifts, but appreciate each and every one of you. We'll see you tomorrow at the open. Cheers. God bless.